React under our belt, we are now poised to progress forward and start learning about how we can write data-driven React apps. You see, in our previous project, everything that was displaying on the page, we had hard-coded directly into our markup. And there certainly is still a place for hard-coded text on a page. Anything that is considered static or unchanging is going to be written directly into the code. However, we are soon going to learn about how the power of React comes not only from its composability and declarative nature, but from its ability to receive information in the form of data and use that to produce reusable components on the page. The project we'll be building in this section is going to be a travel journal, and the primary thing that will make it different from the static page that we made in the previous section is that all of the information that we see on the page is actually going to be contained in a regular JavaScript file in the form of regular objects and arrays. This is the completed project over here, and you can see that we have this data. JS file where all of the information lives, and then the React code that we write will take this array, iterate over it, and produce React components with that information inserted in the correct place. Feel free to peruse around this code to see if you can get a cursory level understanding of what's going on, and as always, you can click on the screenshot you see here to take you to the Figment. First, of course, why reusability we are exposed to in and data-driven called props. Then with an we were talking about earlier, a ton of hands-on complete all of the challenge, which is what we'll be diving into right away. With the basic concepts and syntax of we'll start working on this section project of the travel journal by having kind of a softball challenge. This will mostly be review of the things that we've learned previously. Our task is simply to make this header section for the travel journal. The first thing you should do is click on the screenshot here. That's going to open this design in Figma so you can see the details for this design. And I've tried to set you up for success with this project by including a fairly detailed description of the task at hand. A couple things that I have done already for you. If we look in our index.html, I've pulled in the Google font of Inter, which is the font that you'll see is used here in the design. And then I've also pulled in this little globe image just right here as globe.png. And so you'll be able to use that as your image source. Feel free to style this however you want. You can use class names, or because this is a relatively small app, I'm okay if you want to use some element selectors, assuming you're using some good semantic HTML for the app. If it's been a minute since you finished section 1, this will be a great way to brush off the rest. So I'll hand it over to you to work on this challenge. All right, so let's create an app component in a separate file. So I'll just create a new file called app.jsx. And before I jump back and forth, I'll go ahead and import it, even though it's not really exporting yet. We'll get that in just a second. So we'll import app from the app file, and then I'll just go ahead and render my app right here. All right, I think I'll probably error if I hit save, so I'm not going to do that quite yet. We'll go over to app.jsx, and I will export default, my function app. And just as a sanity check, just to make sure things are working, I like to just render something like an H1 that says I'm the app component. Okay, let's hit save. Okay, good. No mistakes so far. We're importing the app and rendering it correctly. Let's go check out our challenge text. Okay, so that's this first part done. Next, we need to create a components folder and a header component, which I guess I wasn't explicit about that being inside the components folder, but hopefully you figured that out. It's not a big deal if you didn't. Something probably important to point out is that our app is going to end up being really small. There's not a whole lot to this page, as you can see, and so creating a separate components folder is maybe a little bit of overkill, or maybe you like doing it. File organization really does end up being pretty subjective, and so just make sure you're following the conventions of whatever project you're in, or if it's your own project, you can make up whatever conventions you want. Just to see it done a little bit differently than we have been, I'm going to create this components folder, and inside I'll create a header.jsx file. And let's see, what did the challenge tell us to do? Create a components folder, header component. Render the header inside the app component. Okay, that was a little bit vague, but that's what I was trying to do. So we'll export default function header, and we'll have it also just return an H1 for now. I'm the header component. We're exporting it here. Now let's go over to app, and inside our app, we're going to import header from, and now our path has to start with ./components/H header. Okay, instead of our H1, let's go ahead and render our header. And I'm the header component. Perfect. All right, let's see what else we have. That is done now. Let's go back to our header, and instead of returning an H1, I'm going to return a semantic HTML header element. Inside the header, I'll go ahead and put my image. This is the little globe image, so my source is going to be... Now, let's see, I'm inside my header, which is inside the components folder, and I need to be outside the components folder, so I need to go /globe.png. And then we'll go ahead and I guess we can call our text for the My Travel Journal. We'll just call that an H1 and we'll say that's My Travel Journal. Let's hit save. And the globe is impossible to see because it's white on a white background. Let's see if we give the header a background of red. Okay, awesome. There's our globe and we have our text. Let's go back to our challenge and I guess we can mark the second one off. And the third one is basically all design. At this point, we've done all of the React specific stuff we're going to do with this challenge. If you already feel really comfortable with your CSS skills, then I do give you permission to skip the rest of this as we're just going to be doing CSS. However, even if a little bit you want to get some extra practice with CSS or watch how somebody else writes their CSS, then please, by all means, stick around. We'll get through this pretty quickly. Because my page is so small and I only have one header, I'm going to select the elements from the header just directly. So we have our header, and instead of a background of red, if I go and look over at the design, I can see that the color is actually this color. And let's go ahead and get the layout correct. I'm going to use display of flex just to get get everything lined up. And it's pretty huge right now, but I'll go ahead and justify.
So I think, okay. It's now, is it now better? Is it now better? So you can just leave a message to tell me if it's better. Okay, thank you. So, I will stop the music. I don't know if you will disturb anyone because I want to really like concentrate, focus on what I'm doing. Okay, maybe it's because of the sound of the music. So I will just stop it. I'll just stop it now. Okay, now I'll stop it. I'll increase the volume of my hello. Okay, I'll increase the volume so it's better now. Okay, now I think that everyone is getting me. So as I said today, I'm going to refresh my skills in React while using this screen bar interactive website. It's very nice. The problem is that the free version is not like you cannot have cannot interact directly with the exercises. So that's just the matter here. So I'll be doing directly on my VS Code. So I mean the exercises on my VS Code. So if any of you have a suggestion, a question, anything like that, so just leave a comment below and I will answer. I hope the sound is now better. So that being said, let me code. So okay. So first of all, HTML body, HTML body, margin 0. The thing that this margin stuff is like to reset everything and make sure that everything on the website is plain. So let me first of all try to go to render my website. Control LP render. So guys, here is the website. So let me just try. Okay, where am I from? I'm from Germany. Germany in Europe. Okay. No, in the sound, I will check again. Is it better? I'm speaking to Advanced Learning Nepal. Is it better now? Because you're asking me to speak loud. If it's not better, I don't really know how to do it anymore. So, let me continue. So, basically, here is our app.js. So, we're rendering this component. I don't know if it's something's missing here. No. So, here's the main.js. We're rendering it. We're rendering this component app. We're exporting it, importing the component app from app.js. And here we're trying to, so normally it's supposed to show, because we created the header. Where should I use it? You mean here? Basically, I'm trying to create a component. I'm trying to create the header component according to the exercise. So here's the header component. I'm supposed to export it here, import it. I'll import the header component to the app. So to the app component, I think let's import like something like this. Sure. App. Hello. Okay, header is inside my component. What's wrong? No, I'm not supposed to. I'm not working on GitHub, so this is what I was suspecting. Just change it. Normally, the folder is supposed to show. Normally, the folder is supposed to show that. So I don't know why it's not showing. Yeah, it should be better now. What's wrong here? So you're asking me to create a header POM.js. I did it. So if you look very well, here's the header POM.js. Here, JSX. Sorry. So normally what I'm asking to do, I don't know. I want to import header from this file, but I don't know why it's not showing. So let's ask. So I think the component is supposed to be inside the source file, something like this, but okay. I think now it's better. Okay, I still know. So normally the thing is supposed to be inside your source file. So I think that will be sufficient now. And if we check, we have it with a global image here. Hi, Y creation. Welcome to the live. Y creation. Hello from Indian. I have many people following me from India, so I'm pretty good. I'm pretty happy. I know that Indian are very intelligent guy, and that you guys also have like somehow produce the most talented people in this world. For example, I'm talking of Ramanujan, a guy that I really loved to follow, even the film about it. Him was very nice. So shout out to my Indian people. So now let's continue. Normally here I'm supposed to modify everything, style everything as instead. So seeing we style the header. The first thing that we shall do here is, first of all, display flex. Display flex so that the thing should start horizontally. Okay. And afterwards, so should we not download the globe local? Let me just go icon. Okay. Globe. So actually now I'm working on JavaScript. I'm working on JavaScript. Sorry, I'm working on React. So I'm trying to refresh my skills on React. So why did it always asking us to? Is there no free sources that must we always like download it, like to give my information before downloading? So normally if I use this guy, I'm supposed to make sure that I have this. Can we not just download it? Okay. Let's take the access here. Right. Normally it's supposed to be in assets. Now we go into our header. This header component. And this header component we are like, so okay. Let's go and access. Supposed to show. Why it's Y creation. Personally, I do know JavaScript pretty, let me say, intermediate level. In my experience, I will know it better. But if you want me to make a tutorial on everything that I learned on JavaScript, I can do it for you. Y creation, it's not a big deal. So oh, that's how we do this thing. Okay, things like this. Normally, this would be below solid. Destructuring because the community service correct for React application as assets. Okay, it's not still showing. Is it because it's SF? Okay, or should I take something else? Sure. So here is a Figma file. So where do we take those images? Oh, I don't like this stuff. I wonder the glow, sorry, oh, and show. Okay, I'm supposed to show it, put it in the public folder. I like this answer. Let me try this. Nothing is still showing, so let me go back. Hi, red code. Welcome to the live. Yes, what I wanted. So let me just remove this styling stuff. Okay. It's not good. So to do that, you should use this. Okay. Good. Okay, let's continue this tutorial. Hi, Red Code. Welcome to the live. I really hope that you are interested in this live. So let me continue the tutorial. So justify content center, align item. So normally to see the effect of all these before we turn it white. So I think that we should suppose to turn it white. Let me check then the color of the text white. Font color. Then I'll align the items to be in the center. I'll see it's down there. Afterwards, the height of the header. So let me reduce that. I think that there will be like an overflow here, something like that. Because the height is, I think the height is big because of the size of the icon. Okay. Red Pro, you're asking me to check your mini code project. Okay, if you send to me a link or a GitHub repository, I'll go and check it. So just make sure to subscribe and we shall get into contact. So the height, I think, let's say 10 pixels. So as I said, it's too small, 700 pixels. Okay, now it's better. So now what we shall do is that we shall try and resize this image. So that's what the guy will be doing here. Okay, let's try and size the image. So now an image is too big. Icon, let's say, not width is, let's say 10 pixels. It's too small. Let's say 50. Okay, I think it's better now. Now the thing is that the things is too near. So normally the thing is to like I want to create a space between the text, my travel journal, and the file and the globe. So normally I think that to do that is margin right. Margin right. Let's say 10 pixel. Left, right. Normally checking like this. It's supposed to be right here. As you see, we created a space between them. So now to have access to the H1 element, to the header, that's the H1, we like, let's say font size, and anyone suggest a font type for me. Let's say large, this is small. Let's say I put it 100 pixels. So too big. Let's say 60 pixels. Okay, I think now it's better. Thank you for the advice, but that should use tiring. No, I'm trying to follow this tutorial, so that's basically why I'm not using the tiring. So if you know, the tutorial here is just basically about JavaScript, so about React. So that's the reason why I'm not using tiring. So and the thing here is that before even trying to learn how to use tiring, you have to know master this basis. Like I'm talking about the CSS basis. It's very important because if you have it in head, you can easily do anything with tiring. So I'm not like trying to build a project here. I'm just trying to learn how to not learn, but try to refresh my skills or the React concepts that I know. So that's what basically is happening. This is photo of this. Yes, it's two rem means relative to root size. So let's put it here. Font size to be some way. Okay. So now I will just like cut the line. Not cut the line. Sorry. I'll just like do something. I'll just mute myself and focus on trying to finish this task. So if you guys have any question, I'll come back after some minutes and try to answer to every question as possible as I can. Okay, so guys, I'll cut the live and put the music. Cut my microphone and put the music.
And awesome, great work. Everything we've done so far should represent things that you have already learned by this point in the course. If maybe you're picking up this course again after a little bit of a break and some of this feels unfamiliar, this is the best time to go back and review what you might be a little bit rusty on. And I say that because we're now ready to move forward on our section project and start learning. Let's jump right in and start building an instance of our journal entry component. The main purpose of this exercise is to highlight the fact that we're not quite ready to finish off the app as we currently have it, at least not in a reasonable way that starts to use the potential of React. So your challenge is to build out the entry component, and there's a couple things that I've done for you since we last saw this code. First of all, I created the entry.jsx file already for you, so you don't have to worry about that. I also pulled in the little marker icon that's just sitting right here next to the country name or the location name. And that's just right here inside of a new images folder that I created, and it's called marker.png. I also pulled the globe.png in there just because that made sense and fixed the reference to it in the header. Now, since your task is going to be creating an instance of this component and filling out the data, it will require you to hard code that data for now. And in an effort to try and make that a little bit less tedious, I've included this japan.md file. We're going to delete this pretty soon, but this just has the text here so you can copy and paste it, at least without having to go back and forth between the designs so much. All right, let's go back to our challenge text. Some notes I included. I only want you to render one instance of this entry component. And I guess I wasn't explicit about this, but you will want to render that inside of the app, just right underneath header. You might already recognize that's going to include its own little challenge, but I'm not going to say anything more about that. As I've mentioned, I pulled in marker.png, so make sure you use that. And then a reminder that the main purpose of this challenge is to show you where some of our limitations in our understanding of React currently are. So don't worry about the fact that you're hard coding all of this data into the component. Some of you may not have been worried about that in the first place. Okay, I think I've set you up with everything you need. So I'll pass it over to you to work on this challenge. Okay, let's go ahead. And we're going to, okay, let's go ahead and we're going to export. default a new function called entry. This is called entry because it's like a journal entry in our travel journal. And when I look at the design, I see everything in this entry as a surrounding div, or I think if I were to be a bit more semantically correct, this might work out as an HTML article element. Planning out the CSS ahead, I might put this as two separate elements and use a flexbox going this way, and then the elements that are in here might end up just naturally flowing top to bottom if they're all block elements, although this view on Google Maps, I might have to do a little bit something with that. And that's okay, we'll figure it out as we go. So I want to, from each of my entries, we'll go ahead and return a parent article element. And you know what, I'm going to build out the structure first, and then I'll come back and do some styling, which means it's going to look pretty terrible for a little bit. Let's just throw everything on the page. So I have my main image, and I just realized I didn't put the URL to the image in my japan.md, so hopefully that didn't cause too many issues with anybody. But the URL is very clearly listed in the design, and you should have been over in the design anyway. So go ahead and give it this URL there, and we always need to include our alt. Let's go ahead and say Mount Fuji. Okay, kind of reading this left to right, we next would run into our little image of the marker there, and then the location name and the view on Google Maps link. So I'm going to surround all three of these items in its own div just so I can give it some flexbox styling. We'll go ahead and create a div, and we'll fill out those images. So we have an image source of, we're inside of our components folder, so I need to go out and then into images and then to marker.png. We'll include our alt that says a marker icon. Maybe call it a map marker icon. All right, the next thing, we had the name of the country that we were visiting, and I don't know, for now I think I'm just going to use a span because that's also an inline element. Let's just go ahead and do that. We'll say this was Japan, and then we had a link, so that's my anchor, and I'll need an href that goes to the link for Google Maps. Go ahead and just grab this, and we'll put that in there. Oh, and this is not self-closing. We need some text on it, so we'll say view on Google Maps. Now I'm flying blind a little bit here because I haven't created an instance of my entry component. Let's go ahead and hit save. No errors, that's always good. Let's go over to our app.js and let's import our entry. We'll just copy this one. All right, so here is where there's kind of a little gotcha. If you remember, we can't put two sibling components side by side like this. Now, I don't think I have a reason yet to wrap everything. If I need to add some styles, I might have to change this to a container div of some sort. But because I don't want to add a bunch of extra stuff to it, I'm just going to use these fragments, and that solves that problem there. Let's go ahead and hit save. And my image is ginormous. Let's go ahead and start styling that part up. So over in my entry, I'm going to buy myself a little bit of room by cleaning up this challenge text. I'm going to start off by making my article into a flex container. I think that will be an okay way to do it. This is coding. We might change things along the way. Oh, and I do want to give my article a class name, and let's call it, let's say it's a journal entry, just so it's really clear what we're doing here. Okay, let's go to our CSS and create a journal entry. Sometimes I like to put the name of the element here just so that it's really clear what we're doing. I think it makes it a little bit easier to find. And let's give it a display of flex. Okay, so I should be able to scroll over to the right and see that. And now let's go ahead. ahead and style up this image. It's not the only image, and I don't really want to just select the direct children, so let's go ahead and give this a class name as well. And we'll say this is, I don't know, maybe this is the main image. Yeah, that's good enough. All right, back to our CSS. Let's style our main image. And in the design, we can see that the width is set to 125 pixels. And I bet this was a little bit tricky because the URLs that we're using, they have a different aspect ratio than what our design shows. Our design shows a portrait where it's taller than it is wide, and the actual image itself is wider than it is tall. The fix for this is for me to use the object fit CSS rule, but it does mean that I need a container for it. So over here, I'll go ahead and just create a little container, and I can surround my image in that container. We'll give this a class name of, let's go main image container. All right, now that I've done that in my CSS, we can select our main image container, give it the height and width that we want. So this is actually what we want here. And we can specify the height, which in the design shows 168 pixels, very specific. And we need an overflow of hidden. Then we can tell the image we want it to have a height of 100% the container, a width of 100% the container, and object fit of, let's use cover. And actually that's looking pretty good. We do need rounded corners though, so let's give this a border radius of 5 pixels. Just a little subtle rounded corner there. We'll worry about our spacing in a little bit. I'm going to make this a little bit white. here for us. Okay, making good progress so far. Let's deal with getting the rest of the content on the page, and then we'll do some final touches, or I might just do the final touches for you. Let's go ahead and call each one of these an H2. That seems logical. So in our entry, let's see, where are we? We have this div. H2s are block level, so that should put it onto the next line. For us. And oh, well, let's see, that needs to be inside this div if we want it to do that. Okay. And let's see, this says Mount Fuji. Let's just see where it is. Oh, okay, that's better than I thought it would be. It's a good start. Then we'll give another block element. I guess we could call the date an H3. Well, no, it doesn't feel like a header. Let's go ahead and just call it a paragraph, and we'll style it up to be a little more bold. Let's go grab our dates, and we'll do another paragraph here. All right, let's see how we did. Oh, well, because we're using a display of flex, our item here shrunk in order to fit all of the long text here. We can counteract that by, in our CSS, see, in our image container, we need to say flex shrink of 0. And at this point, I'm just going to use the magic of editing. And just like that, with the snap of a finger, all of the design for our entry component is done. If only it were that easy in real life, right? I think I'll probably increase the size of this just a little bit so we can see all of our text. And awesome. It might not be 100% perfect, but that's okay. It's good enough for us to move on. Hopefully, as you were doing this exercise, you could see that there's a pretty significant limitation to the way that we're hard-coding all of the data here in our entry component. As it stands, if we wanted to create a second entry, we would likely have to create another display of flex. Our item here shrunk in order to fit all of the long text here. We can counteract that by, in our CSS, see, in our image container, we need to say flex shrink of 0. And at this point, I'm just going to use the magic of editing. And just like that, with the snap of a finger, all of doing this exercise, you could see that there's a pretty significant limitation to the way that we're hard-coding all of the data here in our entry component. As it stands, if we wanted to create a second entry, we would would likely have to create another entry component, and that doesn't. doesn't really make sense when it comes to using reusable components because, well, obviously we're not taking advantage of the reusability aspect of a component in React. Feel free to look at some of the changes that I made in the markup or the CSS. Although they're not crucial to your understanding of React, it can sometimes be overwhelming to be tossed into a big change like what we just saw with the design. Then once you're ready, let's move forward and start talking about how we can make this entry component more reusable. As we've already discussed, the way that we have our entry component set up is not reusable at all. If we were to go to our app.jsx and create another instance of our entry component, we're constrained to having another trip to Mount Fuji. And that's because the way that we set it up is by hard coding all of the information directly here into the component. So obviously this isn't going to be our ultimate solution because we want our travel journal to have more than one destination in it. The idea of reusable components can be found all over the internet. If you go to Amazon.com, for example, you can see we have this list of new releases in cell phones and accessories, and although the information in each one of these products is different, the structure of it appears to be exactly the same. We have a little badge icon, an image, a product name, a rating, and a price. And you will see this all over the web. Let's go to IMDb, for example. We have these cards. Each represents a movie. The data for each one is different, but the structure is the same. Even little places like here on Apple with the categories of their store, each one of these repeated elements just has an image and a title, image, title, image, title. And you can imagine that, for example, on IMDb, when a new movie comes out that becomes a new fan favorite, there isn't a developer who's jumping in and typing the HTML code down furiously to try and get this new movie entered into the fan favorites list. Instead, what's displayed here is data-driven, which means all someone has to do at IMDb is add a new movie to the database, and the site will automatically update to display the repeated elements of that new movie here in this list, which consist of a cover image, a rating, a title, and so forth. And as you can imagine, React has a solution for structuring our code in a way that is more similar to this, where it can be data-driven. We're going to talk about the data-driven aspect of React a little bit later, but for now we can see that our component is so hard-coded that there's no meaningful way for us to have it represent different kinds of data. And in React, this is where the concept of props comes into play. In my years of teaching React, I have found that props tends to be one of the first hurdles for people that are just getting into learning React. And so my plan is to take the topic of props and to spread it out a little bit thin. We'll take one little step at a time, and in typical Scrimba fashion, you'll get your hands on the keyboard. And I think by the end, you'll have a really solid understanding of how props works in React. So without further ado, let's jump in and start learning one of the most impactful and exciting aspects of React. Let's start by understanding the basic concept of props in React. What you see here is just a plain index.html file. We haven't introduced anything dealing with React in this. I want you to take a close look at the elements that you see here and see if you can figure out what's wrong with them. Let's start with the anchor tag. An A tag, an anchor tag, is intended to link you to another place. But currently we don't have an attribute like the href specified. Without an href, this link is essentially useless. We need the href property in order for us to send someone to another page, maybe like google.com. Similarly, the image element is basically useless without any kind of source property. We need to add this source attribute or property in order to specify exactly what image will be here. We could put the path to a local file, or we could put the address of a file that's hosted somewhere on the internet. Input is interesting because I think on its own, it actually will put an input box that we could type into if we wanted to. However, there are attributes or properties that we can add to the input that will make it a lot more, let's say, beefed up or capable. For example, I can add a placeholder that says something like first name, and that suddenly makes the first name text appear inside of my element on the page. Or there's ones that have even more consequence to them, like the type property. If I change the type of this input to something totally different, like submit, now it changes from an input text box to a button. Similarly, I could change it to radio, and it completely changes the visual look of this input. These are concepts that I'm sure you're already very familiar with. Let's look at a similar parallel example in JavaScript. Here I've written a function that's called add two numbers together, and it just hard returns 1 and 2. Think for a second, what is wrong with this function? It's syntactically correct, but what's wrong with a function like this? Well, it's very, very limited in its capabilities. Right now, if I call add two numbers together, it will always return 3. Essentially, it's a useless function. Now, you might already see where I'm going with this. If I add some parameters, like let's say A and B, to this function, now I can dynamically add and return the result, or rather the sum, of the two numbers that I pass in. And with the small addition of these two parameters that I've added, I now have sort of beefed up this function in a way that it's capable of adding whatever two numbers I want, not just the hard-coded 1 and 2 that used to be there. Again, these concepts should be familiar to you by now, but this is just a primer for us to understand the concept of props in React. In both of these instances, in JavaScript and HTML, we can see that passing additional information to our maybe elements, or in this case, functions, allows us to reuse these elements or functions in multiple different ways. So with that primer under our belts, let's look at another conceptual parallel that is a little more visual. Let's take a second to understand props in a little bit more of a visual way. Here we have a screenshot, albeit kind of an older screenshot from YouTube. And as we look around the site, and honestly, as you look around pretty much any web app, you're going to find this repeated nature of different components on the page. For example, here in this top playlist, we have a number of different videos, each of which has a very similar structure. We have an image on the top half. In some bold text right below that, we have the title of the video. And there's other aspects too, like the viewership count. Each video also has a little timestamp in the lower right, and the other visual aspects that you see here. Obviously, you can imagine that whenever a new video gets uploaded to YouTube, there isn't a developer that's going in and manually recreating any of this content, but instead, the data of that new video, like the cover image, the title, the number of views, and so forth, is being stored in a database, and this flexible, reusable component is able to receive the information about that specific video in order to display it as a unique video on YouTube. And as you become more familiar with this concept, you'll start to see how these reusable components can be nested together. For example, not only do we have individual, let's call them video tile components, but we have repeated lists of those video tile components, which maybe we would call it something like a video tile list or a video list component. Inside of those video list components are a nested list of video tile components. And kind of as we saw on the Apple website, there's this section over here on the left, which, albeit pretty small, is probably a repeated component. Each one of these just has an icon and a title. Okay, I think I've beat this concept into the ground. I think you're probably starting to understand it. Now let's go back to some React code and see how we can actually implement this in the code. There's one more quick thing we need to cover before we can start using props in React, which is the way that we will be able to make our components more reusable. We've learned about JSX and how this syntax that looks very much like HTML is able to be interpreted as a way to create new elements on the page, and whatever we put in between our opening tag and our closing tag, just like in HTML, is what will actually get rendered as, in this case, text, or in some cases, other nested elements on our website. However, one of the most common things you'll find yourself doing is having some sort of variable or value that you need to have displaying on your page. For example, let's say in the process of creating our component, we came up with a first name, which let's set equal to Joe, and a last name, which we'll set to Schmo. And instead of saying hello world, we wanted to say hello Joe Schmo. When you're first learning React, it might be tempting to try and just stick first name in here and then a space and then last name. Or maybe as we're used to doing it in vanilla JavaScript, we might do some string concatenations. We might try to say first name plus a blank space and then plus the last name. Now, I'm not going to hit save yet, but I want you to think about what it is that will happen when I refresh this page. Some of you probably figured out that it's just going to literally display the text that I put between my opening and closing H1 element. Fortunately, React has made it really easy for us to interpret JavaScript values in the middle of our JSX as opposed to literally displaying this text as if it were what I wanted displaying on the screen. And the way I can do that is by simply surrounding any JavaScript values with a single set of curly braces. So we'll see, I'll be able to hit save, and now Joe is correctly coming through. So that brings us to the first challenge that I'm going to give you. Simply enough, your challenge is to finish off this H1 below so that it says, hello, Joe Schmo. There shouldn't be any of these characters or the variable name, last name, or anything like that. Go ahead and work on this challenge. All right, simply enough, all we need to do is there's one more quick thing we need to cover before we can start. Go ahead and work on this challenge. All right, simply enough, all we need to do is get rid of those characters and then surround last name in a set of curly braces. Now, let's talk for a second about what's going on with this line. When React is being transpiled or compiled to regular JavaScript, this less than symbol followed by the name of the element followed by the greater than symbol, it's able to interpret that as the beginning of being in JSX. I kind of like to think of it as entering into JSX land, let's call it. Once we're in JSX land, the code that we have that follows will be interpreted literally on the screen like we see with this word hello. However, once we run into this opening curly brace, React says, okay, we're no longer in JSX. What follows should be interpreted as regular JavaScript. And thus we enter what you, I guess, could call JavaScript land. And here in JavaScript land, we have this variable first name, which has been declared earlier, just like we would in normal JavaScript. And so it gets interpreted, or rather the actual value that first name represents gets put into the place of this curly brace variable expression that we see here. Then with the closing curly brace, we're now back in JSX land, and we have a literal space here that gets interpreted as a space. I guess I should probably hit save so we see that this is working. So there's our space right there in the code or on the display. And then with the opening curly brace, we enter back into JavaScript land and we get a JavaScript expression, in this case, a variable that's set to the string schmo. And the transpiler will take everything here, replace it with what its value actually is, and that's what gets displayed on the screen. Let's clean up this challenge text. And at this point, it's important for our understanding to realize that the JavaScript that we put in here, as long as some value is getting returned from that JavaScript, we can run whatever JavaScript code we want inside of the curly braces that we put, even though we're inside of JSX. For example, let's say we wanted to, instead of saying hello Joe Schmo, let's go ahead and clean some of this up. What if we wanted to have it say it is currently, and then whatever time it currently is? Well, because I can run whatever JavaScript I want inside of a set of curly braces, again, as long as a value is being returned from that expression, I can run code like, okay, let's create a new date, and then I'm going to call get hours on that date, and then, well, let's just see what this shows up as. Okay, it is currently 15. If you're from a place that uses 24-hour clock, that certainly makes sense. We also might do a modulo 12 if we want to have that display in 12-hour time. And there it goes. It says it is currently 3. Maybe we say it is currently about 3. And that makes sense because for me right now, it is 3:23 p.m. Now, I would say with great power comes great responsibility, and having a bunch of logic stuffed into the middle of our JSX here isn't my personal favorite. And so my personal preference would still be to put my logic happening up here. Let's say maybe const hours equals, and then we'll paste in that expression, and then simply enough, I would just say hours goes here, and we get the same result. And we can take this as far down this rabbit hole as we want. For example, let's say we wanted it to display either good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, depending on what time of day it was. All we'd have to do is simply write out our logic for determining what this particular word should be. And again, I would prefer myself to do this up here before the return in our component. And then we would simply display the text that resulted from our calculations right here in the code. Because this is more of a simple algorithmic challenge, I'm just going to write out my solution, and then I'll give you a really simple challenge for displaying the correct text down here inside of our H1. Okay, I just hit refresh so we can see our hard-coded goodnight right here, and I've written out the following logic. It's pretty straightforward. I got rid of the modulo 12, so we could go all the way up to, I think it ends at 23 hours. I created this let variable called time of day, and then all I did after that was create some conditionals that said if it's before 12 o'clock, then we'll say this time of day text is morning. If it's between 12 and 5 p.m., then it's afternoon. If it's before 9 p.m., then we'll say it's evening, and otherwise we'll say it's night. I don't know, maybe these aren't the perfect hours. But now it's your turn, we'll have a really simple challenge. Simply enough, your challenge is to change this hard-coded word night to display the text that we determined from the logic above. Go ahead and work on this challenge. All right, all we have to do is get our time of day. A variable. We'll put it in right here. And then, of course, if we were just to hit refresh now, it would say good time of day. And that's not exactly what we want. If we, however, surround it in curly braces, now this will be interpreted as the JavaScript value of time of day, which was determined up here in our logic. And we get good afternoon because, again, it's about 3 o'clock my time. And we can see that this is working if right now it's about 15 for me. So if I were to change this, this wouldn't make any sense. But let's go ahead and say between the hours of 12 and 2, it's considered afternoon. I'll go ahead and hit save. And sure enough, even though it's 3:30 my time, we're getting a good evening. Let's go ahead and change that back because that's pretty weird. Okay, now that we've gone through how to put JavaScript inside of our JSX, we are primed to look more into the actual syntax of props and see how we can make the components that we're creating more reusable. There's one more quick thing we need to cover before we can start using props in React, which is the way that we will be able to make our components more reusable. We've learned about JSX and how this syntax that looks very much like HTML is able to be interpreted as a way to create new elements on the page, and whatever we put in between our opening tag and our closing tag, just like in HTML, is what will actually get rendered as, in this case, text, or in some cases, other nested elements on our website. However, one of the most common things you'll find yourself doing is having some sort of variable or value that you need to have displaying on your page. For example, let's say in the process of creating our component, we came up with a first name, which let's set equal to Joe, and a last name, which we'll set to Schmo. And instead of saying hello world, we wanted to say hello Joe Schmo. When you're first learning React, it might be tempting to try and just stick first name in here and then a space and then last name. Or maybe as we're used to doing it in vanilla Java. In order for us to learn the syntax of using props in React, we're going to use this little contact book that I made as an example. As you can see, everything right now is just hard-coded here inside of app. So we have these article elements. These articles represent each one of these contact cards. And just like we saw before, everything is hard-coded, which again, for a tiny app like this might be okay. But if you had any dreams to scale this to a bigger amount than just having 4 different contacts in your contact book, then this clearly won't be the way to go. So to familiarize ourselves with the code, I'm going to give you a fairly straightforward challenge. And then over the course of the next 2 scrims, we'll be talking more about the syntax for props in React. So your challenge is to first create a new contact component in another file. In this list below, choose one of them to move over to that new contact component that you create. Then back here in our app component, I want you to import that new contact component and create 4 instances of it. In the meantime, you can just delete all of the articles that are here once you've moved one of them over into that contact component. And don't be too worried about the data that's in these because we'll get it back in the next scrims. While you're on this last step of the challenge where you import and render 4 instances of the contact card, I want you to be thinking ahead of time what the problem is going to be when we do it that way. There shouldn't be a syntax error or anything like that, but there will be an obvious bug that shows up on our page. Okay, I'll turn it over to you. Go ahead and start working on this challenge. All right, so first we're just going to
Before we can practice branching and pull requests, we're going to need an issue to solve. Just pick a solo project. It can be any of the modifying a small piece. Decided what you want to create an issue. So go ahead and pause the scrim now, create an issue in GitHub, and when you come back, I will Okay, we're back. Hopefully you didn't have a lot of problems choosing a small modification to make. I will show you what I've decided to do. I'm going to be using the scoreboard project, and I'm going to be, again, modifying the text of the headers. I'll go ahead and click on New Issue, and then I will add a descriptive title, and I will add a description that gives a little more information. There are a ton of ways that you can do this, and how to create an issue is going to depend a lot on the process of the company that you work for. But for our purposes today, we just need something simple. So I'm going to click on Submit New Issue. Now we have an issue, and if I go up to the Issues tab and click it again, you can see that we can have a whole list of issues here, and we can label our issues and filter them by all sorts of parameters.
In order for us to learn the syntax of using props in React, we're going to use this little contact book that I made as an example. As you can see, everything right now is just hard-coded here inside of app. So we have these article elements. These articles represent each one of these contact cards. And just like we saw before, everything is hard-coded, which again, for a tiny app like this might be okay. But if you had any dreams to scale this to a bigger amount than just having 4 different contacts in your contact book, then this clearly won't be the way to go. So to familiarize ourselves with the code, I'm going to give you a fairly straightforward challenge. And then over the course of the next 2 scrims, we'll be talking more about the syntax for props in React. So your challenge is to first create a new contact component in another file. In this list below, choose one of them to move over to that new contact component that you create. Then back here in our app component, I want you to import that new contact component and create 4 instances of it. In the meantime, you can just delete all of the articles that are here once you've moved one of them over into that contact component. And don't be too worried about the data that's in these because we'll get it back in the next scrims. While you're on this last step of the challenge where you import and render 4 instances of the contact card, I want you to be thinking ahead of time what the problem is going to be when we do it that way. There shouldn't be a syntax error or anything like that, but there will be an obvious bug that shows up on our right, so first we're just going to create a contact.jsx file, and I'll export default my contact component function. We'll just have it return one of these articles. Okay, paste that in. I think that should be everything from this side. Let's go back to app.jsx, and we will import contact from ./contact. And let's go ahead and just delete the 4 articles that we have here and render 4 of these contact components. Okay, now if you didn't take a second to think about what's going to show up, before I hit save, I want you to think now, what are we going to see when we hit refresh? Let's hit save, and we have 4 Mr. Whiskersons. As much as we love Mr. Whiskerson, we really want all of our contacts to be in our contact book. And naturally, the reason that 4 Mr. Whiskersons are showing up is because we took the hard-coded data and we set that as what's being returned from our contact component. This is not terribly unlike having a function that's called add2numbers, and then just hard coding, having it return 1 plus 2. This function can only literally do one thing, and it has no flexibility to work with other numbers that we might want to add together. As we've mentioned, the way that I can make this function more flexible is by taking in parameters, and then instead of hard coding the data in here, allowing the person who's using the add2numbers function to provide numbers A and B, and then simply return the added sum of those 2. Okay, I think we've become pretty familiar with this little contact example that we have. In the next scrim, we're going to focus on how we can pass our information into the contact component as we see it from this side of the equation. Then in the scrim that follows, we'll go over to our contact card, and we'll see how we can consume or receive the information that's being passed into the contact component when it's being rendered from this side. If you need a little more time with this code, that's fine. Feel free to play around. And when you're ready, let's see how we can pass information into our contact component. We need a way to pass data into our contact component. Otherwise, we'll have to hard code everything into that component, and it basically ruins the whole purpose of having reusable components. Fortunately, React has chosen a way to do this that makes a lot of sense for anyone who has done any kind of HTML in the past. Just like in HTML, when I have a reusable element like a link, I can pass in different attributes in HTML to alter the behavior of that link element. I also can pass information into that link like an href, so that the link can act a little differently from other links that have different values for their href. Now, in HTML, I can't simply come to my link and add whatever I want here and set it equal to something, because, well, this whatever I want attribute is not something that's defined in the HTML spec for the link element. That said, the way that we pass data into a React component is going to look very, very similar to how we do it in HTML. However, because a contact component is a custom component, it's something that I created, I can, in fact, pass in whatever I want as what looks like an attribute in HTML, but in React is called a property, or more commonly, a prop. And because it's custom, I can create a prop that's called whatever I want, and I can set it equal to whatever value I want it to have. So take a second to think, if I'm passing data into my contact component, what kind of data would I want to be passing in? The answer to this question is whatever information we need to pass in so that the contact component can finish its job. It can display what it needs to display. Remember, the goal is to take out any hard-coded data, more specifically the image source, the name of our contact, the actual phone number of our contact, and the email of our contact. Those 4 pieces of information don't belong here in the contact card unless, for whatever reason, we don't want to reuse this component. Let's go ahead and start with the image. Over in our app component, let's get rid of this whatever I want, and let's choose to pass in a prop called img. I can set this equal to, and let's go over to our contact. We'll just take the path to our file, and we'll set it equal to the path to that file. Now remember, we haven't yet started working on how we can consume the props that we're passing into our component. So in this scrim, we're just going to be doing some work here on this side of the equation, and in the next scrim, we'll finally get to a place where we can see our contacts working the way that they're supposed to be working. Now, I do have a challenge coming up that you might hate me a little bit for giving to you, but just try to trust that I have your best interest in mind. Just like in HTML, we're not limited to having a single attribute on our HTML elements. We're not limited to having a single prop on our React components. I'll go ahead and put these on their own lines because I know I'm going to have a few of them, and this is perfectly syntactically correct. I'm going to go ahead and do one more of these props, and then the challenge that I know you're going to hate me for is you are going to be in charge of adding all of the rest of the props for these contacts. I guess we can just work from top down, so we already handled the image. Next, we're going to be passing in the name, and the name for this first one will be Mr. Whiskerson. And now the time has come, let me type down what your challenge is. I usually don't love giving out busy work, but this is an example of a time when getting your hands on the keyboard and getting as much repetition as you can is going to be your best friend. Passing props into a React component is one of the most common things that you'll do in any React application. So let's start off strong, a little bit of a trial by fire. Your task is to add all of the rest of the data to the contact card instances. And what I've done is I've pasted in the article elements that we had in the old version when we were hard coding everything. Keep in mind, each one of these contacts should have an image, a name, a phone number, and an email. And that's all the setup you need. Warm up those fingers and get started on this challenge. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. So I'm going to pass in a phone. Because I get to choose the names of these, I could choose phone number like this, although I think it's fairly clear what it means when I say phone. So I'm just going to pass in phone, and let's go ahead and grab the phone number and pass that in as data. Keep in mind what we're passing in right now is a string. Everything is a string. In HTML, you kind of have to do it that way. You pass everything in as a string. In React, we're going to see that there's a way to pass in any data type to our components. But for now, everything we're displaying is a string, so this will work great. And lastly, we have an email from Mr. Whiskerson, and here it is right here. Pass that in, and that should be all the information we need for our contact card to work when, again, eventually we come to the contact side and consume the data we're passing in. I'll do one more of these by hand, and then I'll speed up through the rest of it so you don't have to tediously watch me do this. We add our props right here after the name of the contact and before the closing angle bracket. Make sure we leave a space there. I'm going to pass in an image prop, and I'll set this equal to the path of the image for Fluffykins. So right there, we'll pass that in. Awesome. Notice that I can do these in line as we're seeing here, or if there's a lot of props, I can put each one on their own line. Either way is completely syntactically right and correct. I'm a little worried that you're not going to be able to see the stuff I'm typing behind the mini browser here, so I am going to put these on their own lines. Okay, the name, let's just copy it to make sure we don't get it wrong. Fluffykins goes right there. Phone, this one right here, and email is this guy right here. Maybe just so I don't have to scroll as far, I'll go ahead and delete these two articles now that I'm done with them. And as I mentioned, I'm just going to speed up through the rest of this so you don't have to tediously watch me do this. Hopefully you already put in your time, so we'll try to get through this quick. Okay, let's all be honest, that wasn't really that bad. Let's go ahead and clean out our challenge text here. Now, hopefully one thing you notice is just how much nicer the organization of this is. We've been able to have more of a data focus here where the data is most important, and we've been able to have more of a layout and design focus here in the individual contact card. And if we want to make a change to how the contact card is laid out or add some new classes or anything like that, we can do it from one place here in the contact component. And out here in the app component, it doesn't really care about that. We're able to just pass in data and have the contact card handle everything else. Of course, if we decide we want to add additional data as we're passing this in, then we would need to make modifications to both the contact card and to the props that we're passing into the contact component. But that's kind of true of the way that we were doing it before anyway. Okay, is it time for the big reveal? Let's go ahead and hit save. And of course, we still have 4 Mr. Whiskersons. Don't worry, your effort was not in vain. In the next room, we're going to be learning about how we can consume the information that we're passing in as props to our contact component. So that's what we'll be doing next. In the last lesson, we learned how we can pass our own custom data into the components that we're creating using properties, or commonly referred to as props, in a way that's very similar to how we can pass data or information into an HTML element using the HTML element's attributes. We also talked about how there's a difference where in an HTML element, I can't choose to create whatever attributes I want on those HTML elements. They have to be attributes that are recognized according to the HTML spec. But with React, as we're passing in data, we can pass in whatever props we want. We got to choose the names here. We just happen to choose names that were really logical and easy to understand. Always a good way to approach your variable naming. So how do we receive these on the contact side so we can finally get rid of all of the hard-coded data that we have in here? Well, just like a function that receives a parameter, my React components will receive something in the function's parameter, which will be an object that represents all of the properties that we passed in. Really commonly, I might call this something like props. But just like any function parameter name, I can call this whatever I want. In fact, let's see what happens when I console log whatever, since that's the name we chose. Let me make this a little bit smaller here and open up our console. We'll hit save, and we can see that we have a JavaScript object that was console logged 4 different times. Now, I want you to think for a second, why did it console log 4 times if we only wrote 1 console log? Well, it's because we have 4 instances of our contact component. And remember, although the syntax looks an awful lot like HTML, really what's happening under the hood is this function is getting called. This contact function component is being executed. And because it's happening 4 times, it's being executed 4 times, and we have 1 console log that's being run 4 times. Let me actually copy one of these from the console so we can talk a little bit more about it. And I'll just paste it down here. And I'll go ahead and clean this up so it's a little easier to see what's going on. Okay, so this was the first one that got console logged, and I think this should probably be looking pretty familiar. What we received as the parameter to our contact component, or in other words, what we're receiving as props, I'll go ahead and change this to props because that's much more common, is an object, a regular JavaScript object, where it's got properties that map to the values that we passed in our app component right here. Keep in mind, we got to choose the names of these props. So if I were to, for example, change img to something like the full word of image, we can hit save, and now we can see that the first instance in our console doesn't have an img prop, but instead has an image prop, or an image property to the props object that we're receiving. Now, I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole, so we'll clean that up. Let's go over to our contacts. We'll clean up what we have here as well. And now it's going to be time for a challenge. Let me go ahead and type that out. Now that we're receiving an object that has all of the data that the instance of the contact component needs in order to correctly display our contacts up here, we should be primed now to update our contact component so that we can use that data instead of the hard-coded data that it currently has. So your challenge is to fix the code below to use the props object and the values that it holds to replace the hard-coded values that we have below. As a quick note, there's going to be a small bug in the code, so I want you to do your best to squash it. Just don't be disheartened when you hit save and you see a little bit of an inconsistency in the contacts. This challenge does require you now to synthesize some of the information that you've learned previously with the information that we've just been learning. It's okay if that's a bit of a challenge for you, but I do want to encourage you again to give it your absolute best shot. Don't just run into the first sign of trouble and decide to hit play and watch me do it. Instead, turn to an AI assistant, turn to the Scrimba Discord community, ask a friend or Google it, or go back and rewatch some of the previous lessons if that might help jog your memory. All of those are, yes, more time consuming, but they will be a much better learning experience for you. Remember, you're here to learn React, and the only way to do that is to work through it the more difficult way. All right, enough of a soapbox speech. I'll pass it over to you to work on this challenge. go ahead and clean up the challenge text here. And let's actually start right here in the H3. At first, we might decide just to try and type in props.name. Props is an object and it has a name property, so I should be able to do that. Well, don't feel bad if you fell into this trap. I happen to fall into this trap all the time. I'll hit save, and we have literally props.name showing up for every contact here. Of course, when we're inside of JSX and we need to evaluate a JavaScript value, we need to surround it in a single set of curly braces. Simple enough. Now when I hit save, awesome. Even though the pictures and everything else is the same, the names are coming through. Our contacts are becoming unique. Let's go ahead and do the same thing for our source. Now, our source is a string, but we're going to pull that string off of the props. Object, which is in JavaScript. So I'm going to get rid of my quotation marks and put a set of curly braces, and then we'll say props.img. Now, this is where that little bug comes into play. We'll hit save, and look at that. We have Fluffykins, Felix, and Pumpkin working, but Mr. Whiskerson is not working. Why is that? Well, it's a bug that we introduced when I was talking about how we get to choose whatever name we want for these properties. And in doing so, I changed this one to the full text of image. So let's go ahead and change this back to img. It's always going to be important that the names of our properties that we pass into our components are consistent across every instance of that component. Now we hit save, and we squash that bug. Coming back to contact, we can do the same thing now with the phone. Go ahead and delete the hard-coded phone, set of curly braces, props.phone, and for the email, curly braces, props.email. Hit save, and awesome, we're back to a working state for our contact book. Now, hopefully I'm not belaboring the point, but over the years of teaching props, I have found it to be a sticking point for people in their learning journey, and I don't want that to be the case for you. So we're taking it one little bite at a time, and we've basically come to the conclusion here. We've been able to define what information via properties or props that we're passing into our custom components. In the code of our custom components, we're receiving that as an object that we're deciding to call props. Let's get rid of this console log. And then we're accessing the data on that props object with regular JavaScript using props.img, props.name, and so forth. If you feel like you've been able to follow along up until this point, give yourself a big high five or a pat on the back. That's a pretty big accomplishment. I know we've put quite a bit of work into what now appears to be a fairly simple concept, but writing props in React is going to be an everyday part of your React life. So hopefully you can appreciate the extra time and attention we're taking on it. Before we move back to our travel journal, I want to show you a cool little trick that we can do when it comes to the props that we pass in. So that's what we'll be working on in the next scrim. Okay, it's time to give you a prop quiz. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Like before, your task is to read through each of these questions, to actually click into the editor and type down your answers. Don't forget, in Scrimba, if you have any changes that you make to the code, you can always save it as a note so that you have access to it later. You can even record your own voice talking over the top of the note if you wanted to keep an audio note. And all of those are saved here in your account on Scrimba. So pause now, answer the questions through this quiz, and then you can hit play and we'll go through the quiz together. Number 1, what do props help us accomplish? Well, just like parameters being passed into a function, props being passed into a component help us make that component more reusable. As you become more and more experienced in React, you'll realize that there are times when it makes a lot of sense to pass props into a component so that it's reusable, and other times when it might be possible to pass props into a component, but it's just not always necessary. I can't tell you how much time I have spent trying to create a component that's very reusable and then ended up only using it 1, maybe 2 times. That's just one of those things that will come with experience as you write more and more React code. Remember, when we pass props into a component, it could be data that actually gets displayed as a part of that component, or it could sort of be like metadata that you're passing into the component that in a way configures it to act a certain way. Either way, it helps us make any component that we create more reusable so that we can keep our code as dry as possible. Okay, so number 2, how do you pass a prop into a component? In the same way that you pass attributes to HTML elements, like a source attribute for an image, you essentially do the same thing when you're passing props to a component. So if I have my own component like, let's say, my awesome header, I'm using a strange name just to make it very clear that this is a custom one, you can pass a prop of your own choosing, like maybe title, into that component. That brings us to number 3. Can I pass a custom prop, like, for example, blah, 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 to a native DOM element? So, for example, a div with a lowercase d. Well, the answer is no. So we come to the next part, why not? And that's because under the hood, when React sees a regular HTML element that we're trying to render, we express that element through the JSX syntax, and that JSX syntax actually returns an object, and the object describes the actual DOM node that should be created. When we add an attribute to a regular DOM element like a lowercase d div, the object that this JSX creates is expecting to be able to add this property to the DOM element. And since DOM elements don't have an attribute called blah, 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 I can't just choose the props that I want to add to native DOM elements like this div. So let me try typing out a summary of that. So the answer is no, because the JSX that we use to describe those native DOM elements we want React to create will eventually be turned into real DOM elements, and real DOM elements don't have whatever properties, let's say properties, or attributes specified in the HTML specification, which, as we all know, doesn't include properties like blah, blah, blah. Okay, I think we understand that concept. How do I receive props in a component? Simply enough, the parameters to that component function will receive a value called props, which of course we could name whatever we want, but by very strong convention will be props. And that leads us to the last question, which is what data type is props in the component when I receive it? This parameter, which we're calling props, is an object, which means if I want to access the properties of that object, I use dot syntax. So props dot whatever the prop was that I passed in. Let's use blah, 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 because that's what we said before. Okay, awesome job on that quiz. If you struggled with any of these questions, of course, don't hesitate to go back and review the things that we've recently. learned. And when you're ready, let's move on. By this point in the course, you should already be familiar with the concept of object destructuring, but just in case we're we're going to do a quick recap right now. Let's say we have this variable const person, and it's equal to an object with an image, name, phone, and email properties. As we've already seen, I can go ahead and access any of those properties by calling person, the name of the object, dot, and then the name of the property in that object, like name. And of course, this works as we would expect, with Mr. Whiskerson showing up because that's the name of my person object. However, in certain circumstances, it can be kind of nice to destructure some of the variables out of our objects and use them directly. I can do that by saying const and then using a set of curly braces, specifying the names of the properties that I want to pull out of my object, like image and name, and then setting that equal to my person object. What this does is it declares two new variables in one go, img and name, and it sets their values equal to the value of the property that has the same name inside of this object. So if I go ahead and now just console log name, not person.name, but just name, we'll hit save and we get the same thing, Mr. Whiskerson. I can do the same for img, and we get the path that was inside of this object, but is now outside in a global variable. It's important to note at this point that I don't get to decide what I'm calling these. For example, I couldn't just decide, well, I actually want this to be image, the full word spelled out, because we'll see if I try to get that from the object, it's going to be undefined because there is no image property on this object. Now, JavaScript doesn't just leave us high and dry. There is some trickery I can do. In case you weren't familiar, I can say I want to grab the information from the img property, but I want to rename it, and I can put this little colon here. I want to rename it image. And now, when I do that, I do correctly get the information from this img property, but renaming it to image. This isn't terribly important right now. I just wanted to qualify what I said when I said we have to use the same names as the properties in the object. Let's back this part off to a working state here, and I'll just leave this down here in case you want to play with it. But let's bring this concept into React by seeing how we can apply object destructuring to the props that we're bringing in. Remember, props is an object. Even if you were to only pass a single property in your React component, it would still come in as a props object with a single property on it. And because it's an object, I can choose to just destructure it right here in line. I happen to know that it's going to have an img property, a name, a phone, and an email. Of course, now that I've gotten rid of my props object and instead have defined these 4 new variables and pulled their values from the props object, my code below is no longer going to work. So that leads us to a quick challenge. Okay, your challenge is to fix the bug that we've just introduced now that we are destructuring the props object right here in line in the definition of our contact component. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. But renaming it to image. This isn't terribly important right now. I just wanted to qualify what I said when I said we have to use the same names as the property. Okay, should have been a pretty straightforward one. Remembering that we are no longer bringing in the props object, all we really need to do is take all of the instances where we're saying props.image or name or phone or email and get rid of the props.part. We can hit save, and sure enough, our contacts are back. The main reason I'm taking time to show this is because it will be a really common thing as you're seeing React code out in the wild to see props being destructured in line the way that we've done it right here. As far as I know, there's no functional difference between destructuring them in line like this or having the props object like this. It really would just depend on your own personal preference, or more importantly, the preference of the maintainers of whatever repository of code you're working in. It's more important above everything else to be consistent with how you're writing it. I personally oscillate between the two, and I don't know that I have that strong of an opinion one way or the other. However, for the remainder of this course, I will likely just be using the props object for a pretty simple reason. When we get to a point where we're declaring other variables inside of our component code, I find it does become a little bit easier to keep track of which variables are coming from outside from props and which variables are coming inside, being defined inside the body of our component by signifying that something is coming from the outside with that props.object syntax before it. So I'll go ahead and change this back to props. We've already changed this back to props. And although it does provide a little bit of extra visual clutter, I do find there being a benefit in knowing very easily when something is coming down through props and when something is being defined in another way. Let's clean up our code a little bit here. And although there certainly will be more for us to learn about props going forward, it's time for us to get our hands on the keyboard and practice these props a little bit more. By this point in the course, you should already be familiar with the concept of object destructuring, but just in case, we're going to do a quick recap right now. Let's say Alright, I'm not going to make you spin up an entirely new React app completely from scratch, but we are going to be starting pretty close to the beginning. In my index.jsx, I am importing and rendering this app component, and the app component I've just barely scaffolded for you. This challenge is going to require a little bit more than I have in the past, but you should be plenty well equipped to complete this challenge. We're going to create a little page where you display some of your favorite jokes. And so first, you'll need to create a joke component that will be in its own file, and then here inside of our app, I want you to import and render maybe 4 or 5 instances of that joke component. Each one of those joke components should receive 2 props, a setup prop and a punchline prop, and then render those inside of your joke component really however you want. We just want to display the text of the joke on the page. Take some time to look up some of your favorite 2-part jokes that have a little setup and a punchline, or maybe you already know some offhand, or if you need a little bit of inspiration, you can go over to jokes.md where I've included some of my favorites. I do have a little extra credit here. I'll let you read through this and decide if you want to do it or not. It does touch on something that we haven't yet taught, so it will likely include some outside research in order to complete. All right, the time is yours. Start working on this challenge. think I'm going to work a little bit backwards here. So first we'll go ahead and you know what? I kind of know what the challenge says, so I'm going to buy myself some room here. We'll import a joke component, which we haven't yet created, so we'll have to create that in just a second. And inside here, we'll go ahead, let's turn this into maybe a main element, and we'll render 5 instances of our joke component. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, let's go over, before I hit save and kind of crash everything, let's create our joke.jsx, and over there we'll get started with our export default function joke. And let's do a little bit of a sanity check here. I'm just going to render an h1 that says inside the joke component. Okay, hitting save, I should see 5 times. Yep, inside the joke component. Perfect. And this scrolls down a little bit for the 5th one. Okay, so I need to pass the data for my jokes into my joke components. So for each one of these, I'm going to add a new prop called setup, and we'll set that equal to a string. I'm just going to go over to my jokes.md and copy each one of these jokes. Okay, I've copied those, and then over in my app.js, we'll go ahead and paste those in. And I can already tell this is going to be a little bit too horizontally wide for the setup that I'm recording on. So I'm going to go ahead and put each one of these on their own lines. All right, so I'm passing in the setup. Let's go ahead and also add a punchline prop. And I'll just do the same thing where I copy the punchlines from over here in my jokes file. And we'll go back and paste those in right there. These are great jokes, by the way. I don't know if you've actually taken the time to think through them, but they were some of my favorites. Okay, job done, right? What do you think will happen when I hit save? I don't think I fooled too many of you. You're too smart for that. So if I hit save, we'll see I'm still seeing inside the joke component 5 times. I'm passing my props into my joke component, but my joke component is not making use of them. So we'll go ahead here and accept our props. And let's just go ahead and console log our props just to take a look at that. Okay, cool. We're getting 5 different objects, again, because I'm rendering 5 instances of the joke component. And the props that it's receiving is an object with a setup property and a punchline property. Perfect. Let's go ahead and scaffold out the rest of this component. So maybe I'll just create a div. Actually, I might just create a fragment here. We'll probably need to turn that into a div later if we want to style it, but for now this will be okay. And let's just put a paragraph for the setup, a paragraph for the punchline, and maybe we'll have a little separator with a little horizontal rule. This will be a little bit rough for now, but that's okay. All right, if I hit save, we'll just have a bunch of horizontal rules showing up because my paragraphs are empty. Let's go ahead and say that I want to first display props.setup, and then I want to display props.punchline. Again, remember, we need the curly braces. Otherwise, we would just be literally putting in the text props.setup, and that's all that would show up 5 times. Okay, moment of truth. Awesome. We're getting our jokes displaying on the page. I think I'm going to take just a second to add a little bit of style here. All right, all I did was add a little bit of margin to the body, and then I gave a class name of setup and bolded the text. I also gave this one a class name of punchline, but I haven't actually done anything with that yet. Just trying to keep it simple for now. And just like that, we've been able to pass information from the outer component of our app, or in other words, the parent component, that then renders, well, first renders this main element, and then inside of that, it has these children components of our custom joke component. And we pass the data in through props, a setup prop and a punchline prop. Now, I did have a little extra credit, and I figured I would go through this at this point, although what we're about to talk about isn't necessarily something that we've learned yet. For example, let's say we have a joke that really only has a punchline. It's just a one-liner joke, and it doesn't have a setup. My personal favorite that I included in the example is this one that says that it's hard to explain puns to kleptomaniacs because they take things literally. Well, in this case, I'm not going to be providing a setup. There's no reason to have a setup there. However, if I hit save, we'll see that we just have this sentence that's kind of floating in here. I guess it's not as apparent there, but let's imagine in our joke, we decided instead of just having the joke text there, we were to say something like setup, colon, and punchline, colon. And then if I go ahead and hit save, we see we just have this setup that's floating here without any text there. Again, this isn't something that we have learned yet. We will be learning this in the future, but if you took the time to do the extra credit, you might have come across a concept called conditional rendering. With conditional rendering, I can tell React that I only want to include this paragraph element if a certain condition exists. One way I can do that, there's a number of different ways, but one way is I can surround the entire paragraph element in a set of curly braces, and then at the beginning, before I render the paragraph, I can say if there's a props.setup, or in other words, if that is a truthy value, then I want you to render or return this paragraph element. One kind of shortcut way I can do that is to use a double ampersand. Essentially, this says if props.setup is truthy, it's an existing value, it's not an empty string or undefined, then I want you to return this in the place of this little expression that we have here. It's maybe not a huge improvement, but I can go ahead and hit save, and we just show our punchline here. We don't have the floating setup that we had before. The really nice thing about React is that it uses just plain JavaScript under the hood, which means I could accomplish essentially the same thing in another way. Let's say instead of just removing this completely from the DOM if props.setup doesn't exist, I instead wanted to maybe add, well, let's say a style prop. I can say the style is going to be display of none, but only if, and let me move this down for just a second, only if props.setup does not exist. One way I could accomplish this is by using something like a ternary, a regular JavaScript expression of a ternary. So I would say display is going to be, well, first, is props.setup a thing? If so, then maybe we say that it will be a display of block, but otherwise it will be a display of none. We can hit save and see we essentially accomplished the same task, although this way does appear to be quite a bit more complicated than what we had before. I'll go ahead and reverse that back to the conditional rendering, which is also something you'll see very commonly. The point is, React is using JavaScript under the hood, and there's a lot of native JavaScript APIs and techniques we are going to be learning about that help us display things on our page in the way that we want to. I hope that this was a helpful exercise. I'm really looking forward to seeing people's different jokes that they have. And we have one more little thing that we need to learn about props before we're able to move forward and continue with working on our section project of the travel journal. We have just one more thing we need to cover regarding passing data through props before we can finally continue back on with our travel journal project. Up until now, we have only passed this string data type through our props, and that's what we're most familiar with. We've talked about how props are a very similar concept to passing attributes in HTML, and in HTML, we have to pass a string. There isn't really another alternative. In certain circumstances, we can pass something that looks like it's not a string, like a function, for example, but in reality, we still have to surround them in these quotation marks, so they're a string. With React, however, because we're working in JavaScript, we're not limited to just using a string, and I actually wanted to make this into a challenge that will help you think a little bit more critically. So your challenge is to think how you might go about passing in a prop that isn't of a string data type. Let's say, for example, we wanted to pass to each one of our joke components an upvotes and downvotes prop that is a number instead of a string, as well as maybe a prop that is an array of comment objects and a boolean of whether or not the joke is a pun. With this challenge, you don't necessarily have to go through and actually do this. If you'd like, then you're absolutely more than welcome to, but I'm going to pause the scrim now and give you a chance to think through how you might do this, and if you'd like, play around with the code. While we're here inside of our JSX, as we've learned, we can switch over into a sort of JavaScript mode by using a set of curly braces. And I can do the exact same thing when it comes to passing props. Let's say I wanted to add an upvotes count. I can create the upvotes prop, and then instead of putting quotation marks, because that signifies that I'm about to pass in a string, since my upvotes may be something that I want to do some kind of math on, like if I were to add a little thumbs up or heart icon that when a user clicks it, it would add 1 to the existing upvotes, then instead of using a string, I'm going to pass in a set of curly braces and then put in whatever number I want to pass as my data type down to my joke component. Let's go over to our joke component and just console log our props again, just so we can see what's coming in now. And I'll open up the console here, and awesome, we can see that with the first one, I'm gonna move this up a little bit. With the first one, we have just a punchline. That's one we didn't pass a setup to. But at the end of our object, we have an upvotes that says 10, and it's the number 10. It's not a string 10. And because props.upvotes is a number, if I needed to, I could do some math on it. So for example, I could console log props.upvotes plus 1, and I think I'll probably get some not a numbers or undefineds here because I only put it in one of my components on this first joke. But we can see for the first one in the console, we get 11 because it originally was 10 and then we added 1. Let me bring this back to just props. Let's go back to our app here, and if we wanted to do something like a Boolean for this isPun property, let's go ahead and say this one is pun, and is this one a pun? That's a little strange. It's about puns, and I think it is a pun too. It's kind of a double entendre. It's a great joke. So we'll say this is a pun. It's a true as pun, again, not a string, but the actual Boolean value of true. Let me go through and add the isPun property to the rest of these. And geez, most of these are puns. I guess this one isn't really a pun. We'll go ahead and call that one false. Let's go ahead and hit save to see what we get for the consoles. And sure enough, we have a new prop called isPun, and it's either the Boolean value true, or in the case of this last one, it's the Boolean value false. Again, because it's a Boolean, I could do an operator on it like the not operator, or flip it from its value with just the single not. Of course, because it's a Boolean value, I could do something like console log not props.isPun and flip it with this not operator. We can see that we get the opposite of what we had before, whereas if I had passed this in as a string, it wouldn't really do what we were hoping that it would do. And this goes just as well for things that are a bit more complex. Like if we wanted to pass in maybe an array of comments, I can set a new prop called comments, do one set of curly braces. This can be a little bit confusing because it looks like the syntax for a JavaScript object, but remember, this is just getting me into a JavaScript expression. Inside of that expression, I can do my square brackets in order to start a new array, and that new array might be an array of objects. This is looking a little bit crazy. It sometimes can help to put these on their own lines like this, and these comments can be as complex as we need them to be. Maybe each one of them has an author that is some sort of author ID, like a user ID. You might have a body, which is the text of the actual comment, or maybe this would just say text. It could have a title, if for some reason your comment is allowed to have a title. And of course, because it's an array, we would probably have multiples of these. We can come put our console log back. I'll just log all of props since not all of them have comments. And actually, just to make it a little easier to see, we'll go ahead and just console log props.comments. We'll get some undefineds, but there we see we have an array of 2 comment objects in the first joke that we put those properties in. Just for the sake of completeness, I think it's helpful to know that technically it's totally fine to take your strings and also surround them in curly braces, because a string is also a valid data type in JavaScript. But I think because we're already so familiar with writing strings as our attribute values in HTML, it's also completely valid just to leave the curly braces off and pass a string directly to your prop like this. However, I couldn't do the same if I wanted to pass in any other data type than a string, like the value true. This is going to be a syntax error, and I would have to surround this in a set of curly braces. Okay, I think you probably get the point here. Now we should be finally primed to get back to our travel journal and take the next few steps that we need to take. I want to interrupt our regularly scheduled programming here and talk about how we can handle static assets outside of Scrimba. Naturally, I always recommend people follow along this course on Scrimba.com, but if you do happen to be working in an environment outside of Scrimba on your local machine or wherever it might be, you might find that the way that we're referencing static assets like these images may not work in your environment. Using a build tool like Vite is going to essentially rearrange where these images are being held, and so referencing them with a relative path may lead to broken links. Think of it this way: when you're using a system like Vite, it's going to rearrange your code under the hood to make things a bit more performant, and especially when you run a final build that gets deployed online, it's going to essentially compress all of this code into single files, like a single giant JavaScript file that includes all of the React library as well as all of your code, a single HTML file and a single CSS file, and more likely than not, a place for all of your images to live. But the structure of your folders will be different at that time. And so that's why these relative paths are likely not going to work. To solve this problem, what you can do is import your images from their relative path so that JavaScript is aware of where they were before all of this restructuring happened, and the build tool, in the process of building itself, can fix the relative paths that you used when you were importing those assets. If all of what I just said makes absolutely no sense, really don't worry too much about it. I just wanted to make sure I address it because I know in past versions of this course Scrimba I can just use the relative path. I want to interrupt our regularly scheduled programming here and talk. All right, we're finally back here at the travel journal, but we have learned so much about props in React. In fact, so much that it might look strange that if we look back at our entry component, we still have everything hard-coded. Let's go ahead and fix that. Over in our app.jsx, we have our challenge text. Your challenge is to pass props to our entry component right here so that it can display its data. I've put all the data that you need over here in data.md so that you can find each prop name and its value. One thing that's a little tricky about data.md is this image prop, img prop. It's going to be an object, so make sure that you pass it in correctly, and that object will have both an src property and an alt or alt property. Then when you go over to the entry component, just make sure that you remember that img is not going to be a text data type, it's going to be an object, so you'll have to deal with that accordingly. Then, of course, after you pass in all of the props that entry needs to display its data, make sure, as I mentioned, go over to entry.jsx, receive those props, and replace any of the hard-coded data in that component to use the incoming props instead. This is one of those refactors that when you hit refresh, it's going to look like nothing changed, but that's just a normal part of web development. All right, it's your turn. Start working on this challenge. In the last lesson, we learned how we can pass our own custom data into the components that we're creating using properties, more commonly referred to as props, in a single set of curly braces. Simple enough. Now when I hit save, all right, we're fine. All right, I already know I'm going to be passing enough props here. Here that I want to put them each on their own lines. And let's go to data.md. Okay, we'll start off with our img, which will be an object with a source and an alt. All right, so img prop is going to be equal to, and this is where things might have been a little bit tricky. Remember, if we're going to use a data type other than a string, we need to start our set of curly braces in order to get into a JavaScript expression. And then my object is also going to have a set of curly braces. Hopefully that didn't throw too many people off. If it did, that's okay. It's something that will just take a little bit of time to get used to. Our image is going to have a source property, which I'll just leave empty for now, and an alt property, which I'll leave empty. Let's go grab that data from right here. Okay, I'll put these on their own lines just to help so that when I paste it in, it will work correctly. All right, let's hit paste, and perfect. Okay, that's passing in correctly. Okay, let's go back to data.md, and let's see. Our next two are title and country, so I think I can remember both of those. Our next prop will start here on the next line. We'll start with title, and that's going to be equal to Mount Fuji. And then our country, this is for the little name next to the map marker there, is equal to Japan. Okay, let's see what else we have. Google Maps link. I'll go ahead and copy both of these. And we will put in a new prop, Google Maps link, and we'll set it equal to the link that we just copied. And I think we're almost done. I think we just have the dates and the text there. So, yep, dates and text, and we'll just add those in. All right, it can be a little deceiving. If I hit save now, it'll look like everything's the same, but that's not because we succeeded in our challenge, which I can remember, so I'll get rid of the text, but because we haven't changed our entry component at all. Looks like we're already receiving props, so I guess I did a little bit of that work for you. Just to make sure things are coming in correctly, let's go ahead and console log our props. Okay, cool. Our image is an object that has a source and an alt. We have a title, a country, Google Maps link, which is rather long, our dates, and our text. At this point, the rest of this is just replacing any of the hard-coded data we had with the new incoming data. Let me minimize this just to buy some room here on the image, and we'll go ahead and change some of these. So for the image source, I need to put a set of curly braces because I need to evaluate the JavaScript expression that's coming in through props, and we had .img.src. I think this is probably the trickiest part of this, but shouldn't have been too bad. We'll go props.img.alt, And I guess before we go too far down the rabbit hole, let's go ahead and hit save. And awesome, our image is coming through, and I can only assume that our image alt text is coming through as well. All right, let's do the rest of this. So right here we have hard-coded Japan. We're going to instead put props.country. For my Google Maps link, I'm going to leave the text as hard-coded because every one of mine will say the same thing, but this href is what can get replaced. So I'll put a set of curly braces, and we'll do props.Google Maps link, I think is what it was. Let me just double check that. Google Maps link, yes. Okay, here we have our entry title. Let's go ahead, props.title. The dates will become props.dates, and the text will become props.text. Is it text? Yeah, text, perfect. Okay, the boring moment of truth. We'll hit save, and everything looks the same. But of course, we know, as the developer of this component, that the data is no longer hard-coded, but instead being pulled in from the outside. Although this particular update might seem a little boring, it does mean that we now have the power to reuse our entry component to create more instances, which aren't just duplicates of Mount Fuji. This is a huge step in our journey in React. Learning props is one of the more difficult things, as I've mentioned, for beginners to grasp. Hopefully this exercise has been helpful. If you were able to get through this exercise without too much additional help, then giant kudos to you. That's a big step. If not, that's completely okay. Remember, you're not here to get a grade or to set any kind of speed record through this course. Go back, practice what you need to practice, take the time you need to take, because we do have a lot more to learn, but the new things that we'll be learning will be hinging upon the knowledge that you've learned thus far. Once you've done a little happy dance and congratulated yourself, then we'll keep moving forward. This lesson is basically a spoiler alert for what we're about to. Our input data and try to turn it in. into some output data using the .map method. So pause now. now and start working on challenge 1. Do is run nums.map. .map takes a callback function, and I'm going to use a function declaration just for now to better understand exactly what's going on here. And this callback function is going to run for every item in my array that I'm running .map on. And then whatever I return from this function, so I'm going to add a return inside here, whatever I return from this function will get placed at the same index as the original item with whatever kind of modification we make to it. And then in the end, .map returns a brand new array that will be the exact same length as the original array. And so we should probably be saving that. Let's say const, and these are squares, so we'll say squares is equal to the array that comes back from calling nums.map. And then this function will be taking a look at every item, or probably better is to say it's going to look at each number, or num, inside of the original array, and then we will have it return num times num. That'll give us the square of that number. Now, if I console log squares, we should get our output of 1, 4, 9, 16, and 25 in an array, and sure enough, there it is. Okay, let's move on to challenge 2. I'm going to comment out this console log. This time, given an array of strings, return an array where the first letter of each string is capitalized. At this point, you might be recognizing we're essentially just doing some JavaScript algorithm challenges here. Obviously, do a quick search on Google if you need to. So now it's your time again. Pause and work on challenge number 2. let's set everything up. We'll say maybe capitalized. It's not really capitalized, but I think you get the idea. We'll run names.map. And this time I think I will use an arrow function. Whether or not you're really familiar with arrow functions, I think by now it's probably time that you become versed in arrow functions. So I'm going to use that syntax, and over time I think you'll just get used to it the more you see it. I'll start out by opening up the body of this function and using a return, but then we'll use some of the benefits of an arrow function by removing some of these extra characters that we don't need. Now, this function is going to be looking at each of the names inside of the names array, so we'll call it name. And like I mentioned, now we're essentially just doing a JavaScript algorithm challenge. So I'll say we want to return, and we can actually index into strings as if they were an array. So I'm going to say, give me the first character of this name, and we'll call dot to uppercase. And then I bet many of you came across the .slice method, so I'm going to use name.slice starting at index 1. Now, if I don't provide a second parameter, it means just start at index of 1, or in other words, the second character of the string, and give me everything from that point until the end. Honestly, I'm winging it a little bit, so we'll see if this is working. I'm going to console log capitalized, and let's run it and see how we did. Okay, that looks awesome. Great. Now that brings us to challenge number 3, and this is the one that's really intended to prepare us to understand how we can use the .map method alongside JSX in React to turn regular JavaScript data into something that gets displayed on the screen by React. This time you have another array of strings. We have a few different Pokemon names here, and your job is to use the .map method to return a new array of strings. This time the strings are kind of like HTML strings where they're surrounded with these paragraph tags, opening and closing tags. Keep in mind, we are not doing anything React specific. There's nothing special about putting the paragraph elements or the paragraph tags around the text that you want, but this will be very similar to what we do when it comes time to do this in React. So pause now and work on challenge number 3. right, hopefully you found that was maybe even easier than challenge number 2. Let's start off by creating a new variable. Maybe let's call it paragraphs, and we'll set that equal to the array that comes back from calling Pokemon.map. And this time let's use an arrow function again. I'm going to look at every single, well, let's see, I think Pokemon is both the singular and the plural form of Pokemon, so maybe we'll just call this Mon for individual monsters. And let's start out by opening the body of this function like we did before, and then I think we'll go through and clean up some of our arrow function extra characters that we have. So I'm going to return, and essentially all I'm doing is taking the string of my individual monster, Mon, and surrounding it with the paragraph opening and closing tags. So I'll use a template string here, and we'll put in our paragraph tags like this, but then in the middle, I will just inject the individual string of the Pokemon. And now if we console log paragraphs, okay, we get an array of, well, they're still just strings, but they look kind of like paragraph elements. Awesome work. Now, if I wanted to clean up my arrow functions, I only have one parameter, so I don't need those parentheses surrounding there. And then I could take advantage of my implicit return by moving up the return value here and getting rid of my curly braces. And sure enough, that's much more concise. I can do the same thing up here. Now, this return value is a little bit longer, so you can decide whether or not you actually want to do this, but I can put that up on the next line. Or if you want to use the next line, you can surround your return value in parentheses and then start that on the next line, and that should work just fine too. Let's just double check that. Okay, looking great. In fact, I suspect that these aren't actually necessary in the first place. Yeah, I guess the parentheses really aren't that necessary. I think I like them there just for maybe my own sake in keeping things balanced, but you can do it however you want. Okay, now that we've reviewed array.map, we should be perfectly primed to jump right into the next lesson. We just did a review on how we can create arrays from other arrays. Now the next thing we need to understand is that React knows how to render arrays. Let's say, for example, I had an array. Let's say this is the Ninja Turtles. And for now, I'll just set this up as an array of strings. And this is an example of a time when it can be kind of helpful just to see what happens. Scrimba is a great environment to do this in, so let's see what happens if I want to render this array of Ninja Turtles. As I said, it's just an array of strings, but of course, if I were to just type Ninja Turtles, like the variable name, then I would just get the literal text of Ninja Turtles. So let's go ahead and surround this in a set of curly braces and see what happens. Okay, look at that. React was able to render it. Of course, it just mashed everything together because it's trying to render these strings, and it looks like it just concatenated them and stuffed them on the page as bare text. Of course, there's no difference if we wanted to, instead of setting this as a variable ahead of time, we just wanted to hard code an array directly in here. I can comment this out and see that we get the exact same result. Let me put this back so we're using our Ninja Turtles variable. And although for our example, we're using an array of strings, it could be an array of any data type. Well, that's not actually entirely true. If I were to change this into just a regular object, let's say first name Bob, and I don't even need to go more in depth than that. I wish I were a Ninja Turtle, but I'm just a regular person. Let's see what happens when we try to render an array with objects in it. Okay, we do get an error, and that says that objects are not valid as a React child. So that is an error that you will likely see often. In fact, this has nothing to do with arrays. React simply can't render objects unless that object is of a very specific type. Remember, way back in the beginning of this course, we learned that JSX simply returns an object. So if I were to say h1, and let's go ahead and put Donatello's name in here, and then console log JSX, let me get rid of this for now, we can remember that JSX is an object. So although React isn't able to render the objects that we create, or maybe that we pull down as data from an API somewhere, it is able to render a specific kind of object, and that is an object that was created with the JSX syntax, or if you remember under the hood, the object that gets created with a call to react.create element. So let me pull this back to when we had our array of Ninja Turtles, and I'm going to give you a little challenge. Okay, this is bordering on the realm of busy work, but for this challenge, I want you to manually turn this array of strings into an array of JSX elements, so you'll actually get rid of the quotation marks by surrounding each one of the Ninja Turtle names with, I'd put an H2 element, but you can choose and play around with whatever element you want. Then before you hit save, try to think what's going to render to the page and see if you can make sense of what it's doing. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. Able to render a specific kind of object, and that is an object that was created with the JSX syntax, or if you remember under the hood, the object that gets created with a call to react.create element. So let me pull this back to when we had our array of Ninja Turtles, and I'm going to give you a little challenge. Okay, this is bordering on the realm of busy work, but for this challenge, I want you to manually turn this array of strings into an array of a Ninja Turtles variable, and although for our example we're using an array of strings, it could be an array of any data type. Well, that's not actually entirely true. If I were to change this into just a regular object, let's say first name Bob, and I don't even need to go more in depth than that. I wish I were a Ninja Turtle, but I'm just a regular person. Let's see what happens when we try to render an array with objects in it. Okay, we do get an error, and that says that objects are not valid as a React child. So that is an error that you will likely see often. In fact, this has nothing to do with arrays. React simply can't render objects unless that object is of a very specific type. Remember, way back in the beginning of this course, we learned that JSX simply returns an object. So if I were to say h1, and let's go ahead and put Donatello's name in here, and then console log JSX, let me get rid of this for now. We can remember that JSX is an object. So although React isn't able to render the objects that we create, or maybe that we pull down as data from an API somewhere, it is able to render a specific kind of object, and that is an object that was created with the JSX syntax, or if you remember under the hood, the object that gets created with a call to react.createElement. So let me pull this back to when we had our array of Ninja Turtles, and I'm going to give you a little challenge. Okay, this is bordering on the realm of busy work, but for this challenge, I want you to manually turn this array of strings into an array of JSX elements, so you'll actually get rid of the quotation marks, by surrounding each one of the Ninja Turtle names with, I put an H2 element, but you can choose and play around with whatever element you want. Then, before you hit save, try to think what's going to render to the page and see if you can make sense of what it's doing. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. Okay, I'll go through this pretty quickly just so you don't have to sit and watch me type. Was able to take an array of JSX elements and render them exactly how we might expect it to. In the end, this would be really no different than if I were to take this list and to just paste it directly in here. Of course, I'd have to get rid of my commas for that to work, but we can see hitting save gives me the same results. Let's back this off to using the array again, and I'll hit save. You might have noticed that there is a little warning that says each child in a list should have a unique key prop. We're going to cover that a bit later, so don't be too concerned about that now. All right, so combining what we just learned about how React can render arrays of JSX element specifically is what we're most interested in, and what we were just reminded of previously with the all of our hard-coded instances of our joke components and just moved them outside here and commented them out. Then where we